Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to another chill stream. Today we're going to be doing a more of the Bazaar. There was a patch yesterday, and I'm going to be honest. I mean, I know the title's like "New patch what changed." Honestly, I have no idea. Normally they would show some kind of patch notes or something like that. The last patch notes that I've seen was actually from last week, and it didn't really go into a whole lot of detail about what the patch, what was contained in the patch yesterday. I even went on their Discord to find out, but yeah, I'm not really seeing anything. Yeah, not really anything. So I don't know if yesterday was more like of just kind of overall maintenance. But yeah, just not seeing anything major. So I don't know. I'm not sure if there's anything internal that changed. If there are any soft changes or anything like that. Admittedly, I did play yesterday, and from what I understand, moving forward in the Bazaar is that they're gonna try and do a lot of like stealth updates where you don't necessarily have to like openly patch all the time. Like a lot of it happens like in the background and whatnot. I think that's what I understand. I'm not sure. But yeah, that was me, by the way, not you. But that's kind of what I was seeing. So I didn't really notice anything super different from what I was playing as far as yesterday is concerned. So I'm actually just gonna kind of get into it and just sort of kind of hope that we'll have some good games today, which I'm sure we will. I haven't played like a ton since last time, but I'm playing enough, I guess, if that makes sense. I'm just keeping up as far as like dailies and what have you. I already did all of my weeklies. It looks like this reset recently. So region, burn, damage. Okay, that seems easy enough. And I think the new thing this week, yeah, it's a rug, which seems cool. There's a card back, which I have seen people with this. I'm not sure if I want it. From what I understand, actually, let me get back into it. I know I backed out. From what I understand, these stay in the pool until they run out. So they do go between seasons. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about spending like 4,000 gems right now. As far as like the rug and the card back. It is a diamond card back though, so I might, but yeah, we'll see how that all turns out. But we are going to go through full rotation today. I think I'm going to start with Dooley. I think last time we went in descending order. probably going to do ascending order today, depending on how things go. But yeah, hopefully you guys are having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day today. It hasn't been super stressful, but I don't know, there's like a lot going on in the background, and I'm just kind of doing my best to just kind of hang in there, you know?
Hey, when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
But I can't say it's been necessarily super easy. But we're trying not to get our hopes up too much. It just kind of just hoping for better days eventually, you know? Just generally speaking. Not that my days are necessarily bad, but they're also not the best. So I guess I can say that much. But we're hanging in there, just trying to make it.
You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought.
Ooh, that's nice. I don't know if I get Micro Dave. I think I'm gonna hold off on Micro Dave for now. I do have a friend, so I'm gonna go for a skill. It's a great skill. But yeah, depending on the cores offered, we'll see how it goes. Oh, he's got a gold skill. Okay. Well, we've got this one in the bag because we're floating more burn than
Next time, boys,
they can put out. Even though they did get a burn skill, it's only the one. So they could have gotten this from either of these could come from the first encounter with the pyro, which we also took. But yeah. Leftmost weapon. 20. I don't know if I want to put it on that, to be honest. I think I want to put it on this. Which this is also left, so I think that's fine. It kind of works. Do that. Having that nice chunk of damage there at the start is good. Sure. I'm kind of poor, so we're not going to reroll there. You got a decent amount of damage on board. We'll just get some gold. Shore up some of our reserves. Borear? Do I beat Borear? I don't know. I mean, we can put enough burn on him, but I don't know if that's... because he's got like 400 health. I'm gonna try. It kind of doesn't really matter if you can beat Borear or not anymore. Even including the shield, we're probably still alright. I think we'll get enough burn on him that, and just enough general damage that we should be fine. Yep. Would have been close. The next set of attacks would have killed me for sure. Labors. Okay. That's not terrible.
The smaller the portions, the finer the
if anything, I'm kind of surprised we haven't been offered like an Uzi or anything that would really push this into
You say old. I say
what's it's called? Really push it into maybe weapon core. I was debating on whether or not to upgrade between these two, but I think just having more damage to chunk the enemy down is probably best. especially against a Mac. A Mac can put a lot of poison and or burn on us. Looks like it's poison build. Yep. It's a decent amount of regen you can output here. Okay, it looks like we're good.
You think you've hurt my feelings?
Nice.
I assure you I have none.
Despite this, if it's offered, I might still go Weapon Core. We did not get Weapon Core. Burn it is. Although lately my ventures with burn haven't been too good.
If you
So,
have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Okay, nice. Get one of those too.
Money can't buy class had neither.
Medium. I guess we can look at medium.
I want what's right for you.
Weapon to the left gains 20. Can't even afford it. I would consider it if we had what's it called, like Race Carl maybe. I think we're fine against the Etherite. But yeah, I mean, you know, things IRL, they've been okay. Just trying to make it through like any other day, you know. Pretty tough, but we're hanging in there. Today, actually, after the stream, we're gonna go watch the new Karate Kid movie, which I'm looking forward to. I hope it's good. I'm sure it'll be entertaining. Actually, kind of reminded me I wanted to look up the late Pat Morita, like wiki or IMDb or something. And for whatever reason, I just have not gone around to that. In fact, I actually kind of forgot, if I'm being real. Kind of forgot until just now when I reminded myself. So, I don't know. I don't think we have anything we want to transform right now. Drill is 15 seconds. Goes to 11 at diamond, which is alright, but I don't know. We just don't really have a board that constitutes drill right now. I'll get that just in case. We really do want to push for burn. I'm probably going to be looking for pyrocarbon. Hopefully we can find it. That's actually a really fantastic item. I don't know if we're going to be able to get through the shields. I hope so, but I have a feeling they'll do a lot of damage to us before we can do that. I might die. Yeah. Wait, did any of these have crit? Oh no, these went off at about the same time. That's why I died. Yeah. That's too bad. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'll upgrade Aiden, I guess. Or Aiden. It's kind of sad that this is really Dooley's only healing item. And it's like actually kind of terrible. But yeah. I think we'll look for medium.
I'll help you find who did.
Yeah, that would be good. I don't think we're going to do anything with the security camera. Security camera is actually kind of not a great item. Poor Let's get a skill. That's a good skill. 8% crit. We may not see it often, but you never know. There's kind of a joke going around the community that like 8%, anything below 8% crit is basically like almost 100, and it actually doesn't loop back around to consistency until you get like somewhere above 70%. It's pretty accurate. I know it's just a joke, but that does seem to be what's going on. I mean, from my own personal experience, I do think the devs need to look into crit chance because it does seem very inconsistent. That's a maybe. If this ends up turning into like a friends build, I might. It might be good to keep a ballista around. I'm just gonna get some gold.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
But yeah, we'll see. 2 beach balls rigged. Deadly catfish. Well, that's scary. Looks like we'll be fine.
I've got another
Seaweed as well. I can kind of see what they're doing, but it's still... I don't know. Hard to say.
Sure, I can help you, but you have to trust me.
Shield. Enemy is frozen. One friend. Nah, those are all kind of... I'll take Frostfire.
Hope you can do this again.
Freeze could be critical. Ooh, 10 gold, that's nice. I always go there thinking that it's just gonna give me a
I got everything you
like a monster event. I always forget that that's not how that works anymore. So yeah. I'm actually looking for some fire stuff like that. That's good.
your part to clean up the bazaar.
Take that too. Calico. Want to up damage on that. I think we're probably going to get at least a couple items to diamonds. We want to try and go after the diamond fangs here. Even getting shiny fang would be okay. I could probably replace the arc blaster, maybe. If we get diamond fangs. Or shiny fang. Okay.
Just taking the first step
Of course,
towards
down
good
the line, I
taste.
can always
Shall I gift wrap it for you?
transform it.
Remember,
Wasp. Okay.
diamonds come in small boxes.
Get a friend. Wallace. Not the best, but okay.
You are a child to me, and I will punish you.
Oh wow. Okay. It's a lot of incoming crits and damage that he can heal. So I'm probably going
There is
to
always a
lose.
price for
Yeah.
knowledge. You have just paid it.
Just not enough burn. That's too bad. Chris Army Knife. I really don't like either of those, if I'm being completely honest. They don't really work in a typical synergistic build for friends. Shadowed Cloak is nice, but I don't know what I would float to actually use it, so I'm actually going to skip the cloak. Yeah, okay. Do that too.
We use everything.
Jason friend. Oops, almost sold the wrong one there.
My battle days are over, but my weapons crave more. Enjoy the thrill of battle. Well, you can't.
Okay. We're gonna be on the lookout for DJ, and well, actually, because we have a burn build going, there is the possibility that we can turn this into like a weird, like off-meta barrel build. We need more triggers for burn, but or keg, not barrel. Grenade. Oh, we'll just get EXP because this will get us to 7. Upgrade a silver or lower. Yeah, I'm actually gonna upgrade the core here. I thought about upgrading the SATCOM so we could start getting gold friends, but I think this is the better choice. Since we're poor, we're gonna go for a fight. And hopefully we get the salamander pup here. Okay. It's perfectly fine.
In 100 years when you are best, I will remain.
I'm holding on to Arc Blaster in case we get a railgun. It's pretty unlikely, but yeah. Okay, I'm probably gonna die to poison here, unless. Oh, okay, great. I was close. Just 1 second away. I think if we're gonna stick to burn, we want to find like the conflagration skill or the one that when your burn item is hasted while hasted, that increases its burn by whatever amount dictated by the level of skill that that is. I forgot what that one was called. But
you want to buy that?
okay.
Excellent choice.
All right. This is down to just under 6 seconds. Nitro. Nitro's a charge item. I'm going to hold off on that for now. Large items. Are there any large items I want? I mean, I don't really have anything for like Dualtron right now. I don't think so. I guess I'll just go with a small weapon. The arc blaster. Okay. Eh. We have literally nothing that improves damage or that scales damage, so. I think we actually have enough for Ghost Pepper, so we're gonna try. Heat Lover's actually a good skill. We got the Cinders, that's good too. Another Bomb Squad isn't terrible.
I'm an every pepper. You'll taste me again.
Hell, even the fiery skill would be nice. Black pepper. Okay. Burn 2 multiplier, charge adjacent items 1 second. Times 2 though. I guess I would swap out the laser pistol maybe. Something like that. Burn skills.
What you do with them?
We have burn, double this effect. Yeah, sure. 10%'s a lot. Get a slow item. Alright. Power Sander. Alright, we'll stick with that for the moment.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
Black Spider.
That for the good of all.
Okay, I have to commit. I think I'm going to commit to a friends build, so I'm just going to get rid of all my tech. Well, a backup friends build. Because I have a couple of friends here. If we find... oh, what's this called? I always want to call him Bob, but it's not Bob. It's the fucking roller tank guy. I don't think his name is Dave, because I'm thinking about Micro Dave.
You should know.
But we find that guy plus DJ. Will probably be pretty alright to run it. Although for me to really get him, he has to be offered at least gold by now, because it's like day 7. A silver one kind of just doesn't cut the mustard. Okay, please.
Defeat does not defeat me.
Oof. I don't know why I always forget his name. It's kind of always bugged me. Hey, look, another Aiden.
Reuse, recycle.
Okay, any fire? That's good. Any cinders in here? No. I'll get that though. Oh, look, Shadow Cloak. That's neat. Okay.
I would spar with you, but this leg.
There he is. Bulldozer. Bulldozer. That's silver, though. I think that was an obsidian arm, too.
I hope you live long enough to reconsider.
Still need DJ. I think DJ is more important. So hopefully we can find him. That would be nice. nice crit. 13%. Weak point detector. I'll take the gold. Ooh, hat. Or patty, really. There's no guarantee that we're gonna get the hat. We almost got a hat. I think this is a skill. It's an enchanted item. Oh. Turbo laser pistol. No, thank you. Don't have a transform. Medium or large? Yeah, we could find a DJ here. Potentially. Did not get a DJ. Damn.
Am I even a master merchant?
Alright, fine.
Boring.
See, we're in day 8. Oh wow, this pig's died. Oh, he's trying to make a, probably a drum build here. Okay, for a second there I was like, oh, this might actually kill me.
Chasing you.
Nope. Oh. Rip builds. He's actually got a decent amount of items. He just, it looks like he's running into the same, or they're running into the same issue that I do, where, you get pretty much every item you need except for a few, like, crucial key pieces. Like, even one key piece, and that kind of fucks you over. Feels really bad. There's nothing a whole lot you can do because you're at the mercy of RNG. It's just really unfortunate that things end up like that. Poison.
Have you ever considered becoming triangular? From mundane to magnificent.
Ooh, fiery firefly. Okay, I'm about that. Weapons platform. This is also viable. Kinetic cannon. If we get kinetic cannon, there's possibility of switching up. I think I'm dead. Yeah, not enough burn. Damn. I actually forget how difficult some of the monsters have become. I mean, it's good. Don't get me wrong. I think it's great that monsters aren't necessarily pushovers anymore. There's the railgun. Solar farm. Thing is, I can't really spare any space for the solar farm. Yeah, kind of too bad.
Make deals, not war.
Oh wow.
I can feel our energies resonating.
Okay. Alright, so we definitely need to find DJ now. We can get DJ, we can get our ballista build online. I'd prefer to get it before we hit our cheat death. Uh-oh, Arbalist restorative. Oof. So I need to get a burn on them because I'm gonna take at least one hit. And they don't have any way to reload, but I have a lot of poison on me, so.
Like my crew says
Okay,
at the bar,
wow, nice.
another round.
I see what they're going for. It's not bad, but they really need to get get at least like another ammo on there. It would have been their victory if not, for sure. I like Arbalest builds. Arbalest builds are pretty fun. Oh look, another one. Alright.
Good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it. Use it well. Make me proud.
Should have given it 2 more ammo. Yeah, because it was sitting at like 8 or something.
Living markers, just straight boulders. This is horrible.
Dualtron on day 10, but it is gold. But because it's gold, it is bad. I actually would need to take Dualtron at Diamond. Gold is just not really worth it. I mean, I have a lot of friends, but we're missing key components, unfortunately. It would be viable at Diamond. At Gold, it's just not good enough, unfortunately. Which feels kind of weird not taking Dualtron. Normally I'm not offered Dualtron often, but I think taking it, well, hindsight. But yeah, not knowing that I would get this, I would not take Dualtron normally on this day. Ooh, shielded bunker, wow. That's really cool. Shielded ballista. Oh, there's pyrocarbon. I don't have a way to burn myself, though. So, well, that's kind of too bad. Now it is really imperative that we find a DJ.
Reward the peaceful, punish the war.
Oh, that was nice. DJ.
I feel like you're not being fully present with me.
Now, if we do find a DJ, I will take them at whatever level they give, but I would prefer a DJ at gold. Oh god, I don't know if I can even get through the shields. In fact, they may be able to stack more burn on me before then. I actually think I lose this one, maybe. Actually, I've got a decent amount of burn on them. It's whether or not I can get through the shield in time. I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, maybe. No. Yeah, I've got a lot of burn on them, but their shield stacking is just a bit much. Hyper greens. It's actually a pretty cool build. I like that. It's a nice stall. Nope.
All things in moderation.
Nope.
And business. I can feel the soft hum of its averageness.
DJ is not a weapon, so we're not gonna do that. Go here. This guy's generally always beatable, so I think I'd want the bar of gold here. Although they'll probably end up offering me the skill That or the flamberge. It's usually what's offered the most
To be a
often.
dervish is to be free. Join us.
I mean, I guess the flamberge is okay too, because it's a diamond item. Yeah, there we go. Should be worth like 24. Yep. Gold tier tool, gold item, gold loot. Hey, look at that. Nice.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste. I understand.
Nope.
This isn't for everyone.
Non-weapons or enchant an item.
What's your
I think I'm gonna
favorite
go with
color?
an enchant
Mine
here.
is sadness. Now this object is a color in my painting.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Another dually that's died. Looks like this guy's at 6 wins. 6, yeah. It is a weapon core. Ooh. He's got about 500 life over me. It's level 11. It doesn't seem right. How can he be lower level than I am and have more health? Maybe he had Bracer at the start? I'm just gonna upgrade to gold because we have a lot of silver. Including the stuff in my inventory, which is nice. Yep.
I've got 4 legs because I carry this cow.
I still haven't seen a good antimatter build. Seems like a cool item, especially if you get radiant on
Little
it.
sentient
It actually can't get destroyed. Same with the barrel. Kinetic cannon.
Tiny Andy says I need to close the deal.
It's kind of disappointing, not gonna lie.
The dunes are waves of silver gold.
Actually, I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
The Outlander way is truth. Someday you will see.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Did we win? We did. Hey, we got the gold. Nice. Awesome. I've never seen what the ignition core does at diamond, but apparently diamond cores are now really, really good.
Temper, sharpen, reinforce.
Guess we'll see. Ooh, I don't know if I beat the property baron. I actually need to survive getting crit. Oh, does this not crit anymore? That's weird. I mean, I'm not going to complain about it. But oh. Wait. What? 7 seconds. Oh, the keychain. I was really confused. I was like, surely we win.
I'm a people person.
Joke's on me. Okay. Oh man, still no DJ.
It was nice to see you.
Alright. Max 7 wins. Has also died.
May I dissect you for study?
Burn. Oh god. Obsidian Athenor? What the hell? Powder keg. Oh jeez. Okay. Well, he's got 1k more health than I do, so that's not good. And he's got regen.
I am seeking gold
Yep.
in a world of lead.
Load adjacent items. Okay. Well, that's too bad. I don't think even if we were going for the build that I wanted, we would have come out on top against that one. Probably, maybe. I don't know. But hey, we got 2 of those taken care of, so that's nice. 20 total regen, which we'll obviously get with Mac. So, not worried about that. Looks like our dailies will be pretty good. Oh, sounded like a really long windup. Alright. Okay. Alright. You know what? I'll just FOMO this now. Alright, not a bad road with Dooley.
No master.
We've got Nessa on deck now. I've been noticing consistently with Vanessa is a lot it's a lot more difficult these days. Toxic powder flask. Yeah, I'll go with powder flask. Probably set us up for some kind of ammo-based build. That's nice.
Way to exploit you. I mean, help you.
Lighter. Narwhal. I'm gonna hold off in case we get an ammo merchant or a weapon merchant. I think because we have the flask, I'm probably going to aim for either grenade or probably the double barrel. We'll see though. anything, this might end up turning into an Arbalest build. So hopefully we can find like a... I mean, I have to plan for all contingencies. This could even turn into a Eels build. So I think I want to find Julian pretty early. Like at least by day 3 at the latest. Anything past then is probably not really worth it.
Barely got our flags up.
Small items. I actually want to upgrade a bronze item. I want to upgrade that just in case we go some kind of solo weapon. It's pretty good to have it silver already on day 1.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Okay, that's great.
Come back for a refund.
Ah, man.
So, how about this?
Alright, fine.
Oh, you're leaving.
Probably not going to be able to win us the opening round here. Pig.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabalians.
Fixer-upper, succulents. It's going to be tough with scaling. I'll need to get some crit in. Weapons 15% crit. Well, I'll probably win this in fatigue. I mean, I know we're only at 5% crits, but we've crit literally nothing.
Next time, I'll show you what I learned.
Okay. I'll take it.
Full sail, my boy!
You've learned all you can from me. See Argenta. She's wonderful.
Okay, 45%. Aquatic. I think the mushroom event doesn't do anything for Vanessa. I think it's just gold and something else. Just get a small weapon, I guess. This will give me a small silver. Alright, it's like mildly useful, but not really what I was looking for. Let's be real, we can't beat Warrior. Not unless we crit all the time. Only got a 45% chance, so I'm just gonna, not gonna get my hopes up. Okay, so far we've crit 1 time out of 6. There we go. 3 times out of 8. I guess that's good enough. Oh, nice. Okay.
A friend. I mean, a customer. Don't buy, as long as we get to hang out.
How do you hugelings use these things?
Oh man, come on! Stop giving me garbage. What is that?
Sail, sail.
My fight isn't with you.
So much wasted gold. I really hate that. I mean, I understand that it's a gamble, but come on. Like, you gave me literal trash. It's actually unreal. Okay, well, you need to crit, like, a lot. Okay, please crit. Okay, thank you. Still haven't found a Julian.
Ride that tide.
I'm actually pretty worried about that. Okay. Today's really the last day that we can find him
Come on in. Let's chat.
before this kind of ends up going sideways. I'll take that.
Sad to say goodbye.
Also take a star chart. Oh, Julian. There. It's not an aquatic item, so that's nice. It's a good pickup. I don't think I can beat the hooligan, so I think Frost Street's probably okay. 55% chance to crit. Of course. Could hit one or the other. For some reason this counts as an active item still. Sometimes. Seriously, 2 HP. Well, for some reason, it's not an active item now. Don't know why sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't. Feels buggy.
You see landfill, I see buried treasure.
Okay, if we can find like a cloak in here, that would
That's
be
been sitting there 20 years.
kind of amazing. Not gonna lie. We can, in fact, not find a cloak in here.
As a GSM and master merchant, I can sell you things. Oh, show those stumps back home. I'm gonna be a business tree.
And we, in fact, did not find a Julian. I'm gonna switch this out for the star chart so we can be slightly faster.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen
Just
my
ever
share
so
of
slightly.
storms.
I seek the ultimate secret. Will you get me any
Really
closer?
sucks that we didn't find Julian today. It's gonna make scaling this a lot harder. We're probably gonna have to try and find like scaling through haste or scaling through crit. Oh, come on, you couldn't
I
crit
could
there.
teach you my power,
I literally lost
but
off
you
a
will
crit.
squander it.
Come on. 55% chance to crit. You crit one time out
This is how
of
you win a war.
4.
You had a chance at Samaska and Steel.
This is ridiculous,
My work
dude.
is for the glory of Samaska. So, tell somebody.
You needed to crit one more time and I could have won. I lost that off of literally a crit. So stupid. So stupid that that's sometimes how
All about my
a lot of these games come down to. I really, really hate it.
Must be a hole in my coin purse.
Oh my god, are you serious? I'm 1 gold short. 1. Still no
You
Julian.
might try JJ's shop. Real friendly guy.
This game hates me. Oh, wow.
You want to take a swing at me? You couldn't swing a putter.
70% chance to crit, miss twice. That's actually insane. I really don't get how crit works in this game. It just doesn't make sense. Like, nothing about it makes sense.
I was expecting you 0.5 seconds ago.
Oh, wow. Thanks for nothing. Again.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this
I feel like
more
I'm
fun.
actually behind because I couldn't get the sextant. Because I was literally a gold short. Oh man, that's a lot of... It's a lot of shield and a lot of healing. On top of that, I only have 1 item they can freeze. Literally froze me in the middle of attacking. That's crazy, man. This is a loss. I can't win. He's got so much regen on me. Like, to be honest, if this didn't exist, I would have a chance. The ice cream truck is the thing that's literally stopping me. God.
Rally, men.
Losing
Race
so
to the
many
win.
early game fights. Yeah, I'll take Bloodhound. Bloodhound's
When you're
good.
ready, I'll send you to Orland. But I'll keep you as long as I can.
Oh, hello. I mean, welcome to my business.
50 damage. I'm actually considering it. Costs 16.
I'll never resell this. On behalf of the Grand
Okay.
Society of Mister. Anyway, thanks.
It would be nice to get some cooldown reduction, but I don't know. Guess I'll go here. You really do get punished for solo weapon builds. Oh, great. I'll go the mountain pass. Kind of too poor to go into a shop right now. Bro, come on. You can't, you have to stop missing crits above 50% for both hits. You really do.
Take the tyrant's whole kingdom.
Well, I don't have gunpowder or anything. That's useless, but okay.
I'm not getting out of this pool, darling. But you're welcome to join me. That piece has some stories.
Well, okay.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Core. That's interesting. Okay. 2 out of 4 crits that time. That was interesting. Poison. I guess I might as well check it out. Yeah, I can't really afford any of that.
Make deals, not war. You are not
Potentially, maybe.
but I'm glad you bought this.
Sea Shadow. It's not aquatic, though. %. Silver. Can't really. No. Okay, I'm going here because we could get the aggressive skill, which would be good. Eagle Talisman's also fine. Anything to increase our crit. Okay, another 2 out of 4.
Pathetic. As spineless as a jellyfish.
That's okay too. Weapon skills.
Just trade boulders. This is more fun.
No crow's nest upgrade because why would we get one of those?
I respect loyalty.
Silencer, I guess. This should bring me to under 4 seconds. 3.8.
Ah, you've just taken the first step toward good taste. Oh, I understand.
Waste of coin.
Something for everyone.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
You do see these tusks, right?
Fiery matchbox. This is a big uh-oh. Oh, is this just gonna freeze me forever? It's gonna freeze me enough.
You've got potential. I bet.
Fucking dumb. So dumb. Just get punished for solo weapon.
I'm pretty late.
I hate it. I mean, sniper isn't even really that good, right? 25%. So it'd be like 8. Around 8 seconds. 300 damage. Maybe 600. Maybe 700. this was gold, maybe.
Item finds its
Because
value.
gold is times
It's a
5.
relationship, you know?
But since it's not gold.
Me? So I'm not
Shielded incendiary rounds.
No armor? So brave.
Okay.
Wasted gunpowder. Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. I feel like you're not
It's
being
generally
right that
unhelpful.
It is sad not everyone can be a worm cat, but you.
Steel storm, iron sharpens iron. Wow. Just crap.
Falcon promised Orlin to never eat students. But if you are not a student,
All of us have made this choice. Will you?
Sure. Well, at least it's 100% chance to crit now. Which means I can trade this out for something.
My fight isn't with you.
I will fight you.
Although I do
but only
lose
so
the
that I can
cooldown,
study you.
which kind of sucks. Lethargy. Oh boy.
Every failed experiment lights the path to success.
Okay.
It's not overpriced. Try scrounging the scrap fields. Might be more your budget. I got everything you need. Just
Cloak, please.
trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
No cloak.
Well, you're doing your
Don't know
part.
why
Clean
you hate
up
me so
the
much. Sure.
Pathetic. As spineless as a jellyfish.
I think we want to look for swashbuckle.
People first, profit 10.
Wow, diamond sniper rifle. I just don't have enough to swing that. Eight, 16 plus 9, that's 25. Plus 6 is 31. I'm literally a gold short again. Oh my god. Bro. Hey Rainbow, what's up? Yeah, it is a really nice skin, right?
Lago was a world of freedom. We forged our own.
I've been
destinies
one
in
gold
open
short
sea.
this entire game. This is so silly. I I can't.
It's okay. It was nice to see you.
I can't.
This is how you win a war.
Yeah, that's just how it's been going. It's just like, I don't know. I've been noticing a lot of my runs with Vanessa are just super inconsistent now. Every time there's a chance to pivot for something good, I'm literally a gold short. I mean, it's like, what can you do, you know? You just kind of have to sit there and take it, because there's nothing that you can do. Honestly, I don't know. There were no patch notes, so I assume all they did was upgrade server stability. There wasn't even anything over at Bazaar.gg, I don't think. I didn't see anything on the forums. Yeah, there was no big major update that I know of. Yeah, if they changed something, we just don't know what it is. So
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
I don't think I can get through the healing here, so I'm just going to lose. Yeah. Yep, I lose. I have no scaling damage, so I can't win. This is just gonna stall me out. Man, this is really lame. And it's gonna make me use my cheap death too. That sucks.
Now that was invigorating.
Great. Great. Silencer give me damage. This is double damage bonus. What about Crow's Nest? Your weapons have plus 30 damage. So effectively, it would be the silencer. Figurehead. When you use adjacent item, deal 20 damage. Oh, that sucks. Damn. I'm going to go random and hope for
I'm pleased to find
maybe a
you
shiny
too.
on the silencer.
The art can find a home in any object.
I will not fail you, Father.
Turbo. It's actually not terrible.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does.
Herbalist. So too late to pivot to Arbalist. Kind of. just don't really have the itemization for Arbalist. We would need lots of small items. I can't do it.
See that
Terrible
lever?
selection.
That's Poe. He might have what you need.
But yeah, regardless of that, I hope you're having a good day today, Rainbow. Are you working?
The smaller the portions.
Or have the rare day off? Yes and yes. Okay, good.
If you want something,
Yes
good
and
public,
yes.
go see Poe.
No days off. That's not good. Gotta have days off. Gotta be able to relax.
Is that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish. Rally
Okay,
men,
that's not
blades to the
bad.
wind.
The problem is that I need start of combat haste somehow.
Have you ever considered becoming triangle?
We can get crit on the crow's nest, that would be good. Got poison.
A glimpse.
It's actually kind of not good.
My battle days are over, but my weapons
Oh.
more.
Come on, silver, give me a break. Silver on day 9? That's not
Bazaar
gonna
is
work.
not kind to the weaponless.
Stick close to me, and we'll get you out alive.
Charge 2 items. First time you use an item, haste 1 weapon by 5 seconds. Counter strike since it'll only charge this.
Tread lightly.
It'll work
We're
as
out to
a
dethrone a king, not to
pseudo
squabble with nobody.
bloodhound.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians.
Oh god. I don't know about this. It's a lot of recovery. A lot of burn. Yeah, there's no getting through this. I lose.
Oh, don't let this get you down. Eyes on the prize.
Haha,
Ah,
could use you in the fight on Pelago.
can you though? I don't know. This was like pretty garbage. We weren't even offered eels. Alright. We might loop back around to another Vanessa game, because that was just really, really
Some
bad.
call me mad, but I will outlive all who judge me.
Yep, no eels. Oof. These are actually all kind of crap.
Send me your huge items. Price? Buy from Barcoon instead. He actually cares about
I do not want to reroll. That is too expensive. Should be okay. We can cleanse some of the poison, but
waste of
Skiller
my
Fang,
time.
please.
But I
Thank
do
you.
have plenty.
Come on, don't do that.
Want to sell that anyway?
People first, profit 10. I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase. So,
Okay.
how about this weather where... Oh, you
Take that as well.
I have faced 82 foes.
Maybe if this goes alright, maybe we'll do some kind of
Go
calcinator
ahead.
build.
Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
It's kind of the only thing we got right now. Yeah, looks like we got this one in the bag.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
It's pretty hard to lose this Mac between day 1 and 3. Usually you're pretty solid. After that, it's kind of up in the air.
I spent
Sure.
half my life mastering that technique. So like 9 years.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Potion. I'm gonna get. Oh. Are you actually? Oh, wow. You actually reconnected. Wow. I'll take the gold instead of the potion.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Heard candles is pretty good.
Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Warrior. Do we beat Warrior? No. Do we beat Rogue Scrapper? I think so. We should. Yeah, Warrior would have definitely killed us. It's a good thing we didn't go there. That would have been bad.
Another specimen for my collection.
Slow. Okay.
Hey, good to see ya.
Peace Rod isn't really good anymore. That's
Try not to almost
good.
die every day.
Kind of want Venomous Dose.
I'm gonna rub this stuff on you.
I also want
Don't
Quill
make
and
it
Ink.
weird.
Damn, you've been grinding. You're now the highest rank, right? Yeah, no. Legend is the highest rank that you can have. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Huh.
You remind me of someone
Yeah.
I fought last century.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
It's definitely easier to get to Legend now. It's my first time being Legend. I wasn't able to get it in the first season or in the beta. So, it's kind of nice. It feels good to have, like, a nice, portrait with effects.
Next time, boys, less
So.
blunder. More
I'm pretty happy. I'm
plunder.
pretty pleased.
After all these centuries, there is still more to learn.
Leftmost. We don't have enough gold to generate a thingy. I am bronze. Honestly, like rank is cool, but it doesn't matter. The rewards that you get for it aren't that great. I think you get a total of like 12 seasonal chests and like 3 rugs. I mean, the rugs are, whatever. Cosmetics are nice. Don't get me wrong, free chests are great, but like you can get 12 chests just by playing the game. Like, like I play a lot, right? So my average for chests per week is like probably around 100. So grinding to get just 12 is kind of bad. Like they need to incentivize players more with rewards that are like worth it.
Be remorseless.
Right now it's just kind of like, oh, you made it, yay. So not the best. Hopefully they'll get hopefully it will be better in the future. But until then, I don't think. I'm wondering on whether or not I transform the Nightshade. I think I'm gonna keep the Nightshade, to be honest. Meantime, I'll do that for now. I'm probably fine here. I'm pretty sure I lose to the biker guy. But I should be able to get enough poison on this dude to counteract his damage, so... I still don't know what this build is going to be. Probably self-poison. Doesn't really look like we're getting a lot of fire items. Get a poison item. Sure. Venom. Get a random medium here. Potion. Nah.
If you knew my true purpose, you would stand aside.
My people believe in peace. Boring!
I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, right now, as I was saying before, legend doesn't really mean anything. It just separates the no-lifers from the people that just don't have time to play. That's really it. Legend just means you had time to grind. So... I'm too busy playing WoW. Oh yeah? Like classic WoW, retail? I haven't kept up with WoW, to be honest. Like, the last time I seriously played WoW was like when Classic first came out, and then I just kinda stopped. Classic Hardcore? Oh wow. Yeah, I couldn't do that to myself. I think that would hurt too much.
The formula of life is revealed.
You had a
chance of Damascus steel. My work.
But good on you for doing that. Are you still have any of your characters died? Or are you still on like your first like rolled character? Barbed claws might be worth keeping. We could make a pretty cool secret formula build out of that, maybe. On your fourth character, never play the original? Ah, okay. Look at that. I was a couple years too young. Yeah, I remember when WoW first came out. Man, that feels like so weird to say. I want to say, well, when did World of Warcraft come out? Like 2004? Something like that. It was like the early 2000s.
I'm gonna teach you some
In 2004, I was like... graduating high school / starting college. So yeah, that's like a way back machine for me. I don't even think I originally played WoW when it started. The first time I touched World of Warcraft was when the first expansion came out, the Burning Crusade, I think. I was at the time living with some friends. We were renting a house, and our neighbor's boat caught fire and like burned like my friend's room down.
If I don't have it,
oh man, good times. Good times.
Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Yeah. Oh my god. Wow. That is back-to-back interesting. Okay.
If it's not right for you, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
So... I really want to put... Okay, I can do this. Hold on. I can put that there. Hey, man. I know it was your room that took the brunt of the damage there, but my room got fucked up too. I mean, if you look at where our lives are now, I would definitely say they were a lot better back then. We had less to worry about, you know? We were just a bunch of young kids that had no idea the trajectory of their life.
My fight isn't with you.
We were working at the local bookstore, and we were just trying to get by, you know? I miss those days. I miss them a lot.
Defeat does not defeat me.
Miss them a lot. Things were so much simpler.
closer and closer. I can hear my sister's laughter.
I think we want to get a mace. But I'll take that so that we
I'm
can
proud of you.
get some extra gold at the start of our day. Alright, we can transform. Toxic Emerald. Sure, why not? Kinda poor. Go here. Hey, 5 region. Sure.
You say old. I say they don't make these like they used to.
Okay, what are the chances that I get any small items to diamond? And that assumes that I get the skill too. We'll go for it. Oh, shiny thing. I might keep that around to transform, potentially. Damn, we're really poor.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you. I used to offer a free ride home, but people
Now we
thought
are
it was
broke.
free.
Off to the docks, I suppose. Steam ladle. Well, too bad we're not running a freeze build.
I seek the ultimate secret. Will you get me any closer? You remind me of someone I fought last century.
There's actually a lot of tragedy born from the fire. I still look back on those days pretty fondly, though. Too bad we couldn't save, like, my cat at the time. Well, we did for a while, but unfortunately, you know, when you have a fire and it collapses part of the roof, and then cat ingests some asbestos just by breathing, you know, rip. Hope to see them again one day, though. One day.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. Remember, diamonds.
And that way I can
small
apologize
boxes.
to them for being not the best owner at the time. They didn't really get to live a very long life. Kinda sucks. Still trying to make up for it. But hopefully they're living their best afterlife now. Ooh, that's a lot of poison. sure.
playlists for me? Feel the tunes, heal the wounds.
Wow. Okay. Well. Need to free up 2 more spaces. Okay.
Why do my people live in forests? The cities where the wounds are.
Ideally, we would want to find a mace of some kind. But that will suffice for now.
When we are finished, may I dissect you for study?
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Oh shit, I forgot to free up 1 more space in the inventory. Damn it.
Bring her about! I've got another salvo with me.
Yeah, we definitely need to find that mace.
My mind glows. I see everything.
Let's actually upgrade the converter here.
Sharpen, reinforce.
We need to get some enchants on these 2. Okay, so yeah, we only missed out on the potion, which is fine. Yeah, let's do a transform event. Why not? Fiery fire potion. Nope. I think I'm actually going to do that instead.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Yeah, it actually kind of matters.
Just toss that on my back.
Because that'll actually give us regen when we transform stuff. I think it's 2 at silver. It's 1. Actually, I want to go to the Viper Tyrant for the skill.
What strange creatures prowl these streets?
I think if we get a lifesteal potion, I'll probably replace the venom with that. Excuse me.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh. I think that suits you.
There it is. Hopefully it goes on this. If it goes on that, that's fine too, but I would prefer. We're pretty poor, so I'm just gonna get gold here. Okay, we have enough spaces this time.
If you knew my true purpose, you would stand aside.
You do see these tusks, right? it. That
Great.
was impressive.
My power burns hotter, melting away
Ammo?
impurities.
Yeah, sure.
Some of my students
There we go.
do not pay attention. No, they do not.
Now it'll
Yes.
definitely hit that. It'll hit both. Okay. Nope. Nope.
Cast aside your destruments. I'm so
Very
glad
good.
to share this experience today. I can feel our energies resonating.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you might.
No mace, huh?
And when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Obsidian fireflies. Nice damage number, by the way. Is Shoal the one with the... what's it called? The slow skill? We're at day 8. Let me check. Day 8. Shoal. It is the slow skill. Okay. Yeah, maybe. I actually like putting slow on the converter. I think it does 1 for 3? Maybe? Something like that. Oh, it might even be 1 for 1, and that's kind of alright too.
Sometimes it's hard to.
Not the best, but it's fine.
Yataria?
I actually like going to Pearl's
Where
dig
shall we
site.
start?
See if we can find anything.
Magnificent find.
As a GSM and master merchant, I can sell you things.
I'll never resell this. Where's Mitsworth? Oh, did he see me close a deal?
2-second invuln. Okay, cool. That's when we go below
The
half.
100 years when you are dust, I will remain.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Interesting. Okay.
Like my crew says at the bar, another round.
I'm actually surprised this wasn't eels.
With enough power, I will defeat death itself.
Alright, well that works for me. I actually don't have anything to use that on.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
Nope.
Oh, delivery's free.
I don't like the bug for Alembic still in there, where sometimes it transforms items and makes them invisible. So you actually have to exit out and then refresh and come back. It's pretty annoying.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
It like gaslights you
It's
into thinking
okay.
that you're
It's
insane.
nice to see you.
Man, it is warm today. Jeez. Well, I say warm, and it's like 89 degrees Fahrenheit. It's kind of
Not all
warm,
my
but
subjects
still.
survive my experiments.
Small. Yeah, I guess.
Size
All right.
pollutes the brain. Mine is highly concentrated.
Nope.
Neither wealthy nor wise, huh?
If I go to apparel, I could potentially find an upgrade for that. Not today, though. We're one short of level 10. That kind of sucks. This 5-win Vanessa, also
My fight
legend
isn't
player.
with you, but if you insist.
Ah, okay, I see. 175 damage. Wow. Okay. Well, hope we can keep up with that.
Bravery without strength
Nope.
is a sword without a blade.
Actual haste difference.
Another step forward on my path.
Greetings, old friend. I'm pleased now this object is a color in my painting.
That's. I would have preferred resto or shield. I guess that's okay.
You're not getting hurt on purpose just to come see me, are you?
Ooh, soul ring. Tempting. Tone. Probably not going to use that.
The more you get hurt, the more we can hang out.
Resto Obsidian Shard. It is super expensive. Bottled Explosion. Oddly enough, I don't think we can beat the, what's this called? The legendary monsters, so that's why we're going here. But also getting Juggler would be nice. So.
I seek the ultimate power. I have no time. Perhaps I
Junkyard
have
Lance.
bothered you too much.
Oh, hello, Mac. Come to learn from a real that you've never brewed this before.
Ooh, Thieves Guild. More EXP. Let's go.
Didn't know anyone was dumb enough to mess with the guild.
And actually here, we do only have 2 weapons, so getting dual wield would be really nice.
You ever thought about joining the guild?
Ah, yeah, figured.
Oh, my dear Mac, such a serious young man.
But we do that already. Would this double it? It would just be the same, right? I'm gonna get it just to find out.
The universe for its secrets. In the
It looks like
Bazaar,
it kind of
universe
doubled
comes
it.
to you.
Why must we do this? Death laughs at us both.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Oh, sniper. 94% chance to crit. And it can one-shot me.
You fall like a boulder.
By 10. Yeah. By 10.
Come on in. Let's chat. Buy, don't buy, as long as we
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains. You are enough, friend, but I'm glad you bought this.
Okay, you can blow up the potion and the this thing. Okay, good. Alright, you're dead. Thank you.
Man or beast. Sometimes it's hard to with each new discovery. The formula of life is revealed.
Oh, come on then. Let's get this over.
Oh, there's a mace.
I hope that brat Quicksilver's watching.
Okay.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. If
Damn.
you want cheap junk, go see Curio.
I will fight you, but only so that I can study.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Ooh, Arbalest build. Shielding too. Oh, probably dead here.
I paint my ship
Yeah.
red, but I don't use paint.
Is this my cheat death? It is. I wasn't sure if I use it up or not.
Advance payment for your bright future.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna put it on this.
My journey has been long. It won't end here.
That'll be nice.
Are tools weapons? Well, that's... Bet you'll be surprised when that comes in handy.
Infused bracers. I don't dislike infused bracers, but there's no real way for us to double dip on this. Well, yeah, no. Well, actually, technically, if I got rid of that and that, but I don't know how that would work. Guess I would have to put this next to this. Actually, let's give it a try because we're.
Ends up saving your butt.
Actually, do I want to put it on this? Let's try that setup for now.
You look rough, man. Let's fix you up. It might leave a scar, but nothing a tattoo won't cover.
Coolback is good, but it pretty much relies on the enemy having a lot of weapons, so doesn't really work out like it should most of the time. Okay.
Another specimen for my
I
collection.
don't know. That felt slower.
Closer and closer. I can hear my sister's laughter.
Feel the difference? That's some masking craft. Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. See that mountain? That's Paul. He might have what you need.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. I feel like that decision comes from a negative place.
I'll stick with it.
I have faced 82 foes.
Probably a mistake, but
People are a pattern.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
oh, it's eels. Shit. Crap. All right.
All cannon,
Ah,
no ball.
yeah. It was a bit
A
slower.
result befitting my centuries
Damn.
of experience.
It's okay. It's still a silver victory. I'll accept that. That works for me. Okay, so we have a pig run left, and then we might do a run back with Vanessa.
I'm gonna put Jabali on the map.
Ooh, that's interesting. Obsidian bird. I mean, obsidian bird isn't terrible. Sure.
I would spar with you, but this leg.
Wow. Okay.
Nufo teaches stillness. I prefer action. Enjoy the
Sheesh.
thrill of
Okay.
battle. Okay.
That's an opener. Alright. Sure. Fine. That's crazy. Alright, well, I think our path is pretty set, all things considering. It's just whether or not this ends up being...
Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
a 28-hour fitness build, or a drum build, or something. I was kind of hoping that we would find a... I always forget what it's called. Like, I keep calling it like a display case, but I know that's not what it is. Showcase, that's what it is. Showcase. Ooh, it's a Mac. I don't know.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
If you knew my true purpose, you would stand aside.
Poison and burn. Yeah, probably not, huh? Yeah, no. Too much region. Too much poison.
Another step closer to the formula of life.
Sad.
Now that's giving up the business.
Okay, heal items. Leftmost.
There are greater trainers than me. I'm just getting you ready for them.
Actually, Ganjo isn't terrible. But if I put it there, well, it's fine because it'll just add it to that.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you might.
Lumbors. So worth it to get Lumbors? Actually, probably.
Hey, when you carry my weapon,
At least for now.
I'll fight alongside you.
Warrior? Nah. 28-hour fitness or something like that. Well, preferred a drum or even a showcase at this point because we only have one.
Maybe too nice.
What's this called? We only have one shield item right now.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
We got neither.
So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving.
Don't have scales? I can forge some for you.
Not gonna reroll. That's too expensive.
My dreams
Guess we're just SOL today.
for you to steal. I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians.
Cuyus. Toxic succulent. Interesting. Loot. Sure. Land. It's something, I guess. Curio. I don't really have anything for Curio right now. That's the thing. I'll just go with chocolate. It's important to stack HP on Pig anyway.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh.
Wow. No upgrades at all. Oof. Well, this is probably going to be a pretty rough game then. I'm actually really surprised. No upgrades. No early properties like showcase or, well, drum's not even a property. But no early 28-hour fitness either. It's gonna be pretty tough.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Granola.
Any good fights lately?
Okay, that's nice.
Make me proud.
Do like Halati, so I'll take that just in case. Lumbors.
My weapon, I fight alongside you.
I'm going to actually take the upgrade for the yo-yo. It's really important we get this to diamond as quickly as possible. Yo-yo is the thing that enables a lot of builds on Pig, so
I'm huge.
You remind me of
that needs to
someone
be
I
one of
fought
our
last
top
century.
priorities. Especially if we go drum and we go snowmobile. Diamond yo-yo is going to be crucial to our success.
I lost everything long before you were born. This is nothing to me.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Temper, sharpen, reinforce.
Discounts for peace.
Oh, there's the drum.
Guided me to what you needed.
prefer if the drum was gold, but we'll take what we can get. Crystal bonsai. No way in hell.
I bought my first house when I was 20. Work harder.
I do not have the recovery for that, or the shield necessary to block it out in time.
I don't have time for this anyway. I own 3 businesses.
Medium. Oh, I can find
Nothing
snowmobile.
tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Of course, it's not on offer though.
You might try JJ's shop. Real friendly guy.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer. Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye.
Nope.
My people would boring. You do see these tusks, right?
Ooh. Obsidian brass knuckles. Jesus. It has crit, so this could one-shot me. Ooh, glad it did not. That's a lot of damage. It's got double damage twice.
If the elder could see me now.
Crit, please. That is good. Just go with the gold. Okay, another chance to snowmobile.
I'll help you find who does.
Still no
Offer a free ride
snowmobile.
home, but people thought it was weird.
I think we'll go with the mare,
They don't have a fight
so we can get as much EXP as possible.
Security! Security?
I don't even know what I want here. Ooh. Ah, that's nice. Small and medium.
Huge items. Price? Don't. On behalf
Alright.
of the Grand Society of blah blah blah. Bye. I guess I need to say
Great.
it.
I considered it for a second.
My battle days are over, but my weapons crave.
Oh man.
Enjoy the thrill of battle.
Okay. I don't like that I'm not able to reroll though. There could be a snowmobile on the next page. Unfortunately, I'll just never know if it was there or not. Because we are poor. Hopefully we can find that soon.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend.
And I think the first upgrade, which I think we get either 6 or 7, is gonna go onto the drum immediately. Silver drum is actually really bad.
Defeat does not defeat me.
Gold drum is okay. Diamond drum is good. Sub crit, 21% chance to crit. Okay.
The joy of more.
Yep.
Bring it in.
Money. Oh, okay. Another chance.
But I can help.
There it
use
is.
well. Make me proud. Newful teaches stillness. I prefer action.
Okay, so that's out. This is in. Need to get Yo-Yo to Diamond ASAP. Enclave. These are all 2. That nets me more gold, but I think I'll go here. Skill is good. Any of the fangs or claws are good. Since we're not going shield anymore, I can get rid of the tusked helm if we get one of those. And not the skill.
Not all Jamalians are pacifists.
Oof. Yeah, I don't know about that. Actually, I'm curious because I've never actually used that in combat before.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you.
Oh, hey, look at that. Nope.
Right then, off you go.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated.
Damn.
Neither wealthy nor
We also haven't found a rewards card, which is mildly concerning. It's kind of like the main way that we build
I may be young,
econ.
Captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Oh, submarine.
Next time, boys, less
It's actually
plunder,
alright.
more plunder.
Now that's given up.
Okay, yeah, like I said, first upgrade is going to
My work is for the glory
the
of the
drum.
Oh, tell somebody.
Non-weapons.
Cast aside your deathstruments.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'd probably get rid of that and the bird.
You are enough.
What the hell?
friend. But I'm glad you bought this.
There's rewards card. I would take Gumball Machine if it were gold. gold. I mean, I don't have the gold for it, but I would heavily consider it if that were the case. If I could afford it. I think, yeah, we should be fighting against the shock trooper. Yeah, pretty good. Oh, right. I have when I sell small stuff. I actually kind of forgot about that for a second. Alright, yeah, we'll just get this to diamond. Very nice.
You do see these tusks, right?
Why must we do this? Death laughs at us both.
Uh-oh, freeze build. Don't like that.
Just behind
Oh, still dead.
my family waits for me.
That worked out pretty well.
If you're not growing, you're failing.
Bioweapon.
Today
Sure.
you have become slightly less weak. Ryokon is proud.
Fight a monster or small items? Monster.
Welcome, dear guest. Stay a while.
Damn, we are pretty far behind in terms of EXP. We only just made level 8 on day 8. It's kind of bad. Ideally, we would be at least close to 10, if not closer to level 11. Burninator bot. We have a vehicle, so it is worth pursuing the command ship skill. Ah, fine. That makes me sad, but whatever.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know
Level
what you're
8.
fighting for.
Do we have anything that we can upgrade with that? Not really. Ooh, this is free.
Profit is profit, according to the GSM manual. You see that
These are
pattern?
cheap
That's
enough,
how it's
fine.
done. And that's how a master merchant makes a sale.
It actually affects our income. Hey.
Oh, maybe I can resell this to my boys. I should warn you. I look like other Jabarians.
Elegante. Fixer-upper, landscraper, spiky shield. Ugh. Alright.
I could see you're going.
Nope.
But I'll be chasing you.
Not even close. I do like this pig skin. Like I said, it's very, it very much reminds me of Midsummer. I can't imagine Pygmalion being in that movie. Double income, double value, upgrade leftmost property, 4 XP. 4 XP so we can get to level 10. Haste. What if I haste the snowmobile? Will that charge itself? Haste 1 for 3? 1 for 3 actually isn't terrible. I am hesitant about the weapons platform, but I'll give it a try. Yeah, it's pretty good. I was hoping for a weapon so that we could double dip the skill. Yeah, chocolate. Ooh. %. That's nice. Nice.
I should warn you.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
You've got shielded cutlass, obsidian sextant, shiny crow's nest. Wow. What's the crit? 92% chance to crit. Okay.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Yeah, that works.
The joy of more. Bring it in.
Ah, Pygmalion. Staying out of trouble, I hope.
Double. Yeah, sure, why not? I was hoping we could get the one that was like the what's it called? The one that's like weapon damage is equal to your gold or something. Would have been nice.
I have 50 worlds to rule.
I think we do enough to be here. Strength would be good. Flurry of blows would be good. Actually, all of these skills are pretty good.
Impossible.
Nice.
Who are you?
Okay.
Now that's giving up business.
Gunpowder?
Any good fights
Let's
lately?
find some small
Go make some more
weapons.
stones.
Still want to make
Come
Atlas
back
Stone
and
work
tell
one
me.
day. That seems cool. Ugh, that's expensive. 1 damage? No. Not for 16. Alright.
You do see these tongues.
Is this eels?
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Iceberg. Oh, it's freeze build. Yeah,
Legs make you
actually got me
predictable.
here.
You move in straight lines.
That's a nice counter. Well played, well played.
Come on in. Let's chat. Do you have to leave?
That's what you like to see.
I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase. Now, if
Fine.
that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
8 is alright. Chocolate. Void Golem. No, thank you.
Yes, I will dance with you.
Too many crucial items that would just get wiped immediately. I am
Return to the
okay
Bazaar.
without that.
Do not corrupt us. If you're not growing, you're failing.
You had a chance at Damascus steel. Tightened, tempered.
Should up the damage. Okay. Yeah, gumballs. Now having the gumball machine wouldn't be too bad.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door.
This is up to 56.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Seeing a dually past day 7 is pretty rare. Oh god. That's pretty scary. Yep. Got me right there at the end. That's rando enchant, sure.
Onto your path.
Yes. Perfect.
Doctor, feeling so good.
Okay. Go again.
I've come too far to let you stop me. It's all about
Oh man,
motivation.
why'd you have
gotta
to give
know
me
what you're
that?
fighting
Now I have to
for.
do this. That's an interesting one. Alright.
I am not prideful. I simply acknowledge the fact
Crit,
of my greatness.
burn. Nah. Knife tricks.
You are a quick study.
That's a good one.
I feel like you're not being fully present with me.
Keanu actually has a lot of small stuff.
Just a matter of finding it.
It's worth going
Sitting
here.
there 20 years, waiting for you. Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home. Hooey! Now that's a
So anything have slow, nothing has burn either. Another pig.
Noticed I'm huge? I should warn you.
Drum? Shielded drum. Okay. Oh, damn. It's got the double. He's got an infinite loop there.
Next time I'll show you what I learned.
Oh, and one shiny. I didn't realize that. Wow. That's a nice setup.
People first, profit 10th. So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving. That's good. I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
Come with no weapons? Leave. I can feel our energies resonating. I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
It's still the best item in the game. Do we beat the Enforcer? I mean, it doesn't really matter. He doesn't give extra XP. We'll just go here.
Let's release our joy.
Either way, we'll get level 15. It'll just be easier this way. More guaranteed.
To be a dervish is to be free. Join us.
2.8. This is 3.6. Okay. No. Absolutely not. Today's the last day regardless. I probably should have spent money on gold chocolate, but whatever. It's good we got a lot of reds there. That's nice. Okay, final opponent is a pig. Igloo. Oof, freeze. Yeesh. It's got about 1,000 more health than I do. Pretty sure the bird is what's gonna get me. Yep.
Potential, I bet.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Elder could see me now.
I think if it was another drum pig, we probably would have won. But we just got stalled out, so that's fine. Okay. I kind of want to do a redemption with Vanessa, but there's no guarantee that's gonna happen. She's the only one that we didn't get at least 7 wins with today. So I want to try and at least do that. But we did get 4 wins, so... Alright, let's give this another try.
Let's sail.
Toxic Shoe Blade, Shielded Ambergris, Restorative Grenade.
Well, howdy, hero. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you. How you doing?
Well, I was hoping we could get more out of it than that, but...
Hooey! Now that's a bargain.
Alright.
See that plank? Walk it.
Okay. Let's go for a silver item. Rune Axe.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful.
Oh man, come on. I was hoping that we could find like at least a bronze Julian in here, but no.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms. You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Oh, they have the one skin that I want. That I'll never get. Unless it somehow rotates into the store. Oh, they've got seaweed. Yeah, this is kind of Jover. Okay, 15% chance to crit. I know it's not a lot, but so far we've missed 3 in a row. 4 in a row.
You fall like a boulder. I flow.
Fucking seaweed. What a piece of shit item.
Let's take a tyrant's
I really wish they would do something about it, but nope.
You picked that up quickly.
For whatever
Maybe I'm
reason,
getting
they
better
just
at this.
never want to do anything about that.
Discounts for peace.
Oh, come on, man. Seriously?
I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
Curio sells junk. We refurbish junk. Our items have lived. They have stories.
Well, we're not beating Warriors, so...
Or beat. Your choice.
Well, if we get Cloak here, we might be okay.
We won't forgive this. Ah!
Right, just...
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Alright, come on, can you stop funneling me crap?
As long as we get to hang.
Why does this happen on, like, every Vanessa run? Good lord, man.
Go ahead. Under.
This is actually
It
insane.
makes this more fun.
Like,
My
Vanessa's
fight
pool
isn't with
isn't
you.
super diluted, so, like, I really don't understand why there's such a huge discrepancy every time I play Vanessa. Like, it never used to be like this. Like, Vanessa used to be super consistent with stuff. I'm dead.
Bravery without strength is a sword without blade.
This is a joke.
Full sail, my boy.
Wow. Thanks. What a great item.
Oh, come on then. Let's get this over with. I suppose I can sell that.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains. I can feel our energies resonating.
Sure.
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Man, between like 5% crit and 70% crit really is a crit dead zone. I have never seen this crit ever. 15%.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Come on.
You leave it behind, someone else finds it. It all works out.
And then you give me a small item store.
You can't afford
Yeah, that's gonna do a
Tell
lot.
everyone you got it here.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
drill. Alright. That's how this is gonna be, huh?
I respect loyalty, but Kev's not here. The fire softens, the force strengthens.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. If it's not right for you, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
Let's go for a random medium. It's kind of okay. I think we really need to find incendiary rounds and heated shells for the skill.
Hide the coral! We're routed!
30%. Need to find an obsidian enchant for that. Oops, that was close.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal.
That is extremely unhelpful.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Okay. Actually, even radiant on this would be alright.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
I will fight you, but only so that I can study you.
Poison's gonna kill me.
You are
Lose.
merely a step on the ladder I must climb.
Oh boy.
Now this is how you win a war.
I don't know. Maybe with Vanessa, I'm just not fated to do well. Maybe that's what it is.
You seem lighter. I think you had a breakthrough.
Because, man, this itemization has been complete crap.
But my weapons crave more. Go make some more stories, and come back and tell me.
There's just nowhere to pivot. Like, they don't give us... they don't give us the items to do it. Well, that's just not helpful.
I have mastered the dueling art. This paper says so.
But I read the art of the duel.
Gunpowder. Aquatic. I think I'll just go for another fight instead. Ooh, that's a hard fight to win, actually. I think I'll actually want the poison this time.
Yes, most of our citizens are roaches. Is there a problem with that? Typical smear campaign.
Oof, that was too close.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
Do you have any really small things?
This just isn't enough.
He's gonna yell at me.
We barely have any aquatics, so it just doesn't work. I think I'm actually going to keep the poison in. Even though it's against a dueling.
But I've seen my share of storms.
We get there, I'm pretty sure the first thing I'm gonna upgrade is the keg. Probably gonna be the first thing I enchant too. Damn. Yeah, I'll probably do another Vanessa run after this. This is just kinda shit.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Okay, lighter's good. Large items? Are there any large items that I would want? Don't think so. Salamander pup, please. course, I get the one that I do not want.
People first, profit 10.
That is very unhelpful.
Let's take the tyrant's whole kingdom!
My work is for the
Should be
glory of
40% now. Okay. The shield. Fortunately not.
In one piece.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Other glass. I have more HP, but he has more ways to hurt me, so... Pretty sure the poison alone is going to be the thing that probably kills me. Oh, I need a seaweed.
No,
Are you serious? 11 HP? Again, the fucking seaweed, man. What a shit-ass item. Like, for real. It's so bad.
There is more to your destiny than gold. But
Alright.
is nice.
I'll take that. It's the one that we wanted.
Ships may
So this does 80% of their health now. Wow. Okay. 5 region.
Send me your huge items. Price? Don't care. I guess I made a sale.
What am I? A soldier!
Dial. Clorox. I'll see you soon.
Why'd that get extra damage? That's kind of weird.
Full sail, my boy!
I'm not a fitness trainer. I train your perception.
Haste and charge. Yep, actually, that would be pretty good. In fact, haste 1 for 1. I'm gonna put it on this for 2. This is kind of crazy, but if we can get enough triggers for haste, this gets charged by burn anyway, so it doesn't matter if we slow this. But if we do that, there's actually a good chance that this will do over 100% of their health. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now.
Like a gift from the sea. Or scrape off the barnacles. Good as new.
Boat. have enough for boat? Oops, didn't want to do that. Do we get the bonus for boat? What the hell?
Tyrant King!
4.3. Okay. Well, I'd like to see this
My fight isn't
get to diamond, but
if you insist.
You are a child to me, and I will punish you.
poppy fields. Oof, that's a nasty build.
The lesson you learned today, I learned
Still wasn't enough. Yeah. We got 0 wins on that run. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, we're doing another one. Because that was just sad. I don't know. I must be crazy. Like, Vanessa used to be so much more consistent, and now she just isn't. I don't understand. And I think over the last 3 runs that I played, I haven't been offered Julian once. Turbo Catfish, Toxic Revolver, sure. Non-weapons.
Cast aside your destruments. I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
Well, I should win off the poison alone. I'm gonna assume my pistol's not gonna crit, so I'll probably just run out of ammo. Which is fine. Only has a 20% chance to crit, and it didn't crit 5 out of 5 times, in which it should have crit at least once. So starting off well.
Finished with fighting, but I can help you finish it.
Okay, take that. Katana's good.
Action.
Small
items, sure.
You can't afford it. Tell
Great.
everyone you got it here.
Switchblade. Ah, it's alright. %25% chance to crit. I don't trust it.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with no one.
Hey, look, mirror match. Actually a mirror palindrome, that's funny.
Bring her about! I've got another salvo.
Alright. Was he ahead of damage because he crit me once?
Ride that tide!
Alright.
Some are too
Well, that was
trained by a child.
Interesting.
Examine that.
Wow.
You've learned all you can from me. See our
No strength skill, no weapon skills. Oh boy. It's gonna be one of those, huh? Oh, we do have a friend, so skill. There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
Hey, Julian.
Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
It's too bad we can't get an upgrade for the Shark Claws too, but fine. Let's go for the Thief. This already gives me way more hope than the last one.
An outrage!
Ooh, that's actually really nice. Should be a small silver. I was hoping maybe it would be a what's this called? Silencer or whatnot. Ooh, excuse me. Shrimp. Still not better than that.
But I've seen my share of storms.
Eventually, yeah.
The ultimate secret. Will you get me any closer?
Ah, okay.
I have no pride for you to wound.
Now this is how you win a war.
Ooh, it's good loot. Like that. Okay, so we'll tag in Julian here. More damage.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated. If you want something
Oh,
big and
there's still
ugly,
nothing we
go
can
speak
really
home.
use here. Actually, we should be good with a hover bike now.
Is you top, bro?
Actually, we could get the talisman. That would actually do pretty well for us here.
You're vexing me, bro.
Extra 5%.
People first, profit 10.
Yeah, I'll invest in a cove. It'll be something nice to actually pump up the Julian eventually. Yeah. Start getting the cooldown
I'm a bit of a legend
on that.
My dreams are too...
I'll need to find a silencer and a scope. probably eventually a card table.
Well, I'll admit,
Ooh, it's a close one. Those gauntlets went off.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
Okay. Next one to get out is going to be the cloak.
Sharpen, reinforce.
Tag these guys back in.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. I can feel
This
our
is
energies
free value. Always make your money back on the chum bucket, so it's definitely worth investing into if you can swing it. Ah, man. Alright, fine.
You wanna buy that? I mean...
No cooldown now, but the extra damage will be nice.
Pelago belongs to us now.
It's Julian at 45 damage. Okay.
Lads will never let me forget this.
Ooh. Crow's Nest. Okay.
We'll borrow more gold from the
Seriously?
pirate.
Alright. I'm poor, so let's just get free stuff. $56 damage.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist. I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Weapon spam. This might actually kill me.
Defeat does not defeat
Or
me.
not.
Let's take the tyrant's whole kingdom!
Toxic. Alright.
I hope we can do this.
I'll
again.
take that in the case that we may get a poison enchant on that.
Take
Maybe.
your time. I'm pretty laid back. Every item finds its buyer. It's a relationship, you know?
Small. I think I'll just go ahead and upgrade the katana
They
here.
don't make these like they used to.
Extra 5 damage. probably good on Mod Squad, so I think I'll go for that. Ideally, I think we want the crypto. Or the bulldozer too. Crypto. Okay, currently at 0. Let's gain some gold. It's at 15. That's good enough, actually. Non-weapons. Okay. Nice. 9 seconds now. Card table.
Use that for the good of all.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody. You should know.
And the fact that we found card table and gold on day 5, that's pretty nuts, actually. Oh, it's eels. I actually beat him?
You've got
yeah.
talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Cool.
Full sail, my boy.
Let's get some loot. That's excellent loot. Get an item. Let's
like
go
a
dig
hobby.
site.
Need some work.
Let's try to find something useful and or expensive. Actually, this is great because this will continue to generate gold for us. So it's gonna build this and that at the same time. I just have to remember to make sure that there's space in the inventory.
I'll help you find who does.
Crit's still low.
It's been nice talking to you.
I don't think we beat Infernal. I think we beat Foreman, though. So now we're just kind of missing scope. Crane's nice. 109.
Welcome to Gigamart. Can I help you find everything?
Sea Dog Saloon. Flagship.
Smell sulfur. Is he here?
I briefly considered making this deadly, but I don't think so.
You're not ready to accept the light. And that's okay.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
I wouldn't have had to give up too much life, so maybe that was a mistake, but...
Fight me again. I must repeat the experiment.
Cool. silver or lower?
Don't tell me Ford is your Smith. That guy is wrong.
Silencer or the cloak?
The fire
Silencer, I think. Okay, awesome. All right. Small and medium.
Quixel, master merchant or something.
Ooh. Swashbuckle. I mean, that is a consideration. Especially since you can 50-50 either deadly or shiny on this. I'd lose my lifesteal though. That's the thing.
Okay, now sell me something. Something huge.
Okay, 30%. Still the same amount. I'm gonna keep this on deck just in case.
I'm so fast, I'm living in your future. No, I won't tell you what happens.
I was really hoping we could find a scope in there. I think we can eventually beat Chili Charles. Gonna give it a try. Figured it was only a matter of time. As annoying as that fight is. 60.
Right. Back to business. Right then, off you go.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Man.
I should lower my prices.
My
Alright.
fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Still
I may be
missing
young
some
for a
stuff,
captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
It's actually a bit worrisome.
my crew says at the
Nice.
bar. Another round.
That is a lot of shield. Goddamn.
Now this is how you win a war.
I am not a warrior. I am just a man who has lived a long time.
24. Yeah.
Soon I think you will be ready for Adira's training.
Should bring the crit up to above 60, I think. Oh, nice. 69.
You have great potential. Let me train you.
Oh.
As long as you draw breath, your training is not complete.
Okay. All right. That works for me.
You've just taken the first step toward good.
Now we really just need to find a scope.
Cheap junk. Go see Curio.
Vehicles. Alright, yeah, we'll just try to get to level 10 as quickly as possible. That way we can get an enchant on the swashbuckle.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you. You might try JJ.
Nope.
Real friendly guy.
Small, large, okay. Eels. Alright, yeah.
And that's how a master merchant makes a sale.
Okay, we'll keep those on deck. And we're still looking for a scope. We need to find a scope.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
My people believe in peace. Boring!
Obsidian yo-yo. And it's diamond. Okay.
I can see you're going places, but I'll be chasing you.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
I mean, scope is silver, but okay, so small items.
I would never
Could find it here, potentially, maybe.
Neither wealthy nor wise.
I should have bought that chum bucket.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
It's free real estate after all.
You're not cut out for business.
is still best, even though I don't need the lifesteal anymore. Exactly.
Incredible. I yield to your skill.
Nice.
This world is full of noise.
Bloodhounds. Wish it was gold, but I'll take what I can get. I'm just gonna get free stuff because we're pretty poor. Needless to say, we're not going back to that, so...
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Ooh, railgun. Railgun plus atomic clock.
Let's take the tyrant's whole kingdom!
That's right, the eels haven't been enchanted yet.
I'm pleased
Do I
to
enchant the
finally
eels or
meet
do
you.
I enchant the swashbuckle?
The art can find a home in any.
Nice, got shiny.
Nothing
Great.
tiny, nothing huge.
More damage
All
is
about
good.
Moderation. You leave it behind, someone else finds it. It all works out.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
Ooh,
You're busy.
that's real good. Yep.
Pathetic, as spineless as a jellyfish.
Everyone here is
Okay, can we get
huge.
a scope, please? Like, come on. That is not a scope.
Sail, fail, fail, sail.
Come with no weapons? Please. You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this.
There's a scope.
Use that for the good of all.
Okay, let's see if this works. It's only a silver scope, though. But, oh wow, that's a lot of shield. That's a lot of damage. Oof. Survive that somehow. It's huge. huge hit.
Full sail, my boy.
Well, well, well. Look what the tide washed in.
Yeah.
Gotta admit, you got a Corsair's spirit.
4.8. It's pretty nice.
Now
I think we're just gonna go for X or HP rather, not XP.
Bones for stronger bones.
Still kind of worried about the octopus.
Waste of gunpowder.
Okay. That's really at 99? I guess so, with the scope, huh? Makes sense.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Nope.
Buy, don't buy, as long as we get to hang out.
Do
Ooh.
you feel his flames whispering, calling you?
Ah, that's so much HP. Just for an extra 50 damage? Man, no, I don't think so.
Ride that tide!
Nah. I think it's worth having the damage.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun. I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Let's see. Obsidian Cutlass, 3.9 seconds. Oh, this guy's dead.
Next time,
Yep.
boys, less blunder, more plunder.
Countered. Alright, well that was
Each bounty gets us closer to
that's a lot
victory.
better. 10 wins. Or only 10 win for today. Yeah, that ended up working out. It's pretty good. Okay. Let's see, we got the card back, right? Wall of Swords. From a flavor perspective, I like it. Why not? Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Well, I mean, that ended up going a lot better than I expected, so I'm pretty happy with that. Let's see here. Just gonna go ahead and kind of wrap it up here, but yeah, it was a nice little session that we had here today. Uh-oh. Just starting to drop frames like crazy. I don't know what's going on. For some reason, the connection's really bad right now. Oh, that's too bad. I wish we could have ended on a better note there, but I don't know if like the internet is getting throttled or whatnot, but I'm dropping frames like crazy, so I'm gonna get out of here. I'll see you guys sometime next week. Definitely on Tuesday for the normal time, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard. Thank you so much for joining me again here today. It was really nice. I saw some new folks in chat. Saw you lurking. I'm not gonna out you, but thank you for joining me as well. I appreciate it. But yeah, just be on the lookout for any updates. You can follow me here. You can follow me on my Twitter. If you're still using Twitter, that type of thing. But yeah, I'm out for now. Please have a good rest of your day. Stay safe, stay warm, have a good weekend, and I'll see you next week on Tuesday, I hope. All right. Thanks for joining me, and see you later.